Hey everybody. So self-image, or better said, mental energy and self-image. Hmm. The pesky old self-image, you know. Self-image is a lot of times the byproduct of our interactions with people and things that have happened to us, and then how we process it. And the reason why it's mental energy and self-image is just that, like how we process it. How we process the stimuli from the environment, how we process our difficulties, our weird interactions with a person, our difficulty at work, our dramas in the family, or dealing with the Uncle Bob in the family. Do we personalize it? Do we get adversarial? Do we take it on? This isn't so much about that, but as we're progressing through the things that we're putting forth this year, there's a big component that has to do with the aura. The auric programming, the Sandalphon technique, which is the blockages, the auric waves, that's your physiology. All these aspects, the intuition, the divine protection, and the seven soul rays. Um, all of these things have to do with the aura. And the aura is the energetic mold or blueprint that physicalizes things. And the way to look at that, the way to process that, is the aura is your potential. Like the potential for healing, the potential for positive thoughts, the potential for bad things, ill health, the potential for good health, whatever it might be, is in this energetic mold or blueprint, right? Then we go a step further with what we call vibrational healing. And vibrational healing is looking at more of the state of the body rather than the symptoms, right? A lot of times we have symptoms like, oh, this hurts, that hurts. I'm having difficulty with this person. I'm having difficulty with this situation at work or with a family member. I'm struggling with something in myself. I'm having a hard time, bringing something forth. These are all symptoms. But underneath the symptoms is more of a state. If you were standing in a bowl of soup, it would be hard not to taste soup all the time. You know what I mean? And the thing with how we process things, this is directly tied to the mental energy part, depends on our perspective or our ability to process it. And with what we're doing here today and tomorrow, we're unwinding some of the effects of the self-image, or we're upgrading it based on old traumas and things that happened to us, and life, the good and the bad. But the mental energy part, as I was sitting here and like preparing this class, I was like, how do we process this? How do we do this? And in the other booklet, we did some things very direct to like brain fatigue and things like this. But it is even beyond brain fatigue. And so let's talk about mental energy for a moment, because mental energy in this class and in almost all the classes isn't so much an oil that you're working with. It's the process itself. It's working the patterns. It's working the process. Embedded in all of the classes, mental energy is always a thing, not just in this class. And so what does that mean? Like, what does that even mean? Like, in a way, we think that the mind is just the same. From person to person, we have different viewpoints. We have different ways of seeing things, doing things. We have different ways of tackling difficulties. But the mind is in different stages from person to person. And it doesn't mean less smart or more smart, or it has more to do with how you process information. And if you break it down, our mind is, you could say, we are the parents of our mind. Our mind is how we have raised it, how we have parented it, how we think about things, how we react to things is based on a lot of how we've processed things before, you know, and the mind has different stages that it processes. And I go back to the thing with the three brains. We've done the three brains, we've kind of talked about it, but it's one of those things that, even though we talk about it, we really don't have a lot of experience with it. So a lot of times what I do is I put something out, we play with it for a while, I let it go for a little bit, we come back, we play with it some more. And then as time goes by, we start having conversations about it because now we have experience, right? Now we can process it. But when you start talking about it right off the bat, it's just an idea and we begin to speculate and we don't really let it evolve, right? And so when you look at the idea of the three brains, it is intuition, it is clairvoyance, it is the path to one of the paths to experiencing our higher nature. And within that, there's the part of the mind that's associated with the brain. And this component is really made up more of your endocrine system, your glands, functioning through the nervous system. Like a lot of the thought processes that we have is based on endocrine function, right? How well or how poorly the endocrine system is functioning will dictate some of our mental faculties, right? Then we have the second brain, which is in the solar plexus or in the gut. And this is really based more on processing our feelings, our emotions, our homeostatic drives. And if you look at from this perspective, if you look at the general population, what they would call the mind is really a lot of emotional aspects that are just being processed by the mind, by the brain. Even when they think something out, they think it out based on mostly emotion, right? It's not really like clinically getting at something in the mind. Even if they have pieces of information that they regurgitate, doesn't mean that it's of the mind or being processed by the mind. you know and then from there we have the instincts, which are automatic thoughts and automatic behaviors. They happen out of a reaction to stimuli in the environment. And the reason why it's automatic is you don't process it emotionally or mentally. You just have a reaction. A lot of behavior is just more reactions than I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Even if you decide to do something, you still do it with the coat of your old behaviors in it. Like, even if you do something new, you still got a little bit of your old behaviors in it, right? It's like your flavor, your taste, your flair. How much flair are you bringing to a situation? You know, and so a lot of the instinct and a lot of the emotion is what makes up people's intellect. You know, intellect is not based on intuition, it's based on past experiences. And so a lot of times what people have as intellect, even though there's a lot of information and there's a lot of memorization and there's a lot of like little details, the motivation, the motivating factor there is instinct and emotion. That's why an enlightened mind is really starting to be more of the mental aspects are being stimulated, and you're starting to experience consciousness. And consciousness is not in the brain experiences consciousness. Just like when you meditate and you expand, you're not going to somewhere magical, you're going to a higher consciousness that's always there. You're just spending a few moments experiencing it, and then you come back down and you go, oh, that was amazing. It's always there, but the mind gets in the way, the body gets in the way. And so we try to temper the mind. We try to allow consciousness to come into the mind when we start doing our practices, be it whatever kind of spiritual, religious practice, healing, even falling in love. Falling in love is kind of going beyond the mind and starting to experience a higher consciousness. So even love, in a way, can take us there. Not just being with a partner, not just like I really like you, but I mean like love where you let parts of yourself like shift or change, or you let something go, or you know something that really moves you, right? And in that higher state of consciousness, there's a kind of love that is beyond right or wrong, that's beyond like good and evil. It's much bigger than any of that. It's much bigger than the duality of the mind. And when we're in meditation, we touch it for a moment, and then we come back, and it affects us. It has an impact. And if we have enough of those experiences, then the intellect has that experience to draw upon, you know? And so that changes how we see ourselves, and that changes how we see the world. You know, the state of the body is kind of, you could say, the kind of glasses we wear. If we're in a degenerative state, then everything that we see is of degeneration. We see the things that are falling apart. We see the difficulties. We see the things that are breaking down, and that's what we're drawn to. And when the body is in a regenerative state, there's the potential for growth. There's the potential for evolution. There's the potential for touching that consciousness that's above the mind, touching the soul. So sometimes resurrection is another way of saying regeneration. You're not resurrecting something from the dead, like physically, but you're resurrecting the aspect of the mind that has been impacted by instinct, by emotion, by other people's thoughts, by your past experiences, and you're allowing for that higher consciousness to come in and touch it and let it affect you, or you're allowing the soul to come in and touching it and letting it affect you. So the resurrection is about bringing this consciousness or this soul aspect into the mind, into the body. It's the way that we end suffering. In here, it would be the way that we end negative self-image. So how do we get there? Great words, but like, how do we get there? Right? And in everything that we do, we kind of practice this, be it that it's even in Astara or here. You know, we do meditations where we sit and we'll be focused, and then we let go, and then we're doing an oil protocol, and then we let go, right? And really, how do we touch intuition? Because intuition is like the gatekeeper for touching that higher consciousness, for touching the soul. But sometimes we can't even get to intuition. So how do we get to intuition? Right? So let's look at the mechanics of how that works. So a lot of times with our mind, we're distracted. We do this and we do that. We're driving and texting on our phone. We're doing this, we're doing that, right? So there's this old mystical saying, don't whistle while you pee. And all it means is, it's like a kind of a funny saying, but it means when you do things, do it one pointedly. Be very one pointed. Don't 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 divide your attention when you're doing something. When you're doing something, give it full attention. Now, it's hard to do that 24/7. But when you're doing things like healing, or you're doing, you know, problem solving at work, or you're dealing with something in a relationship, you do it as one pointed as possible. And in that focus, in that one pointedness, the more that you become one pointed in your focus, it produces the opposite, which is awareness, right? It's based on the yin yang principle, which is, yin being form, yang being essence. And they kind of play, they're directly interacting and playing with each other. And when they become very polarized, it produces the opposite, right? So when you become very, very, very focused, it produces greater levels of awareness, right? If you just try to go to awareness, you'll experience some, but to go deeper and deeper and deeper, you have to develop the one pointedness or the focus. And so when we are doing the protocols, that's part of what you're doing, is you're developing a kind of one pointedness. When we do the mystical practices with the tools, like with the dorje, you focus, you focus, you focus. Like, this is part of the thing we do with the dorje. You focus, and then at some point you let go. And in that, there's like greater levels of awareness. And then you come back and you focus, you're sending energy down to the earth, and then I let go, right? And so you're manually building those muscles of being able to go into focus and then pushing it deeper into awareness. And the same idea when we're doing these processes, when we're doing these protocols, put your awareness on your back heart, put your awareness on your solar plexus, and inhale. And you're inhaling the oil, and like it feels good, but the more distracted you are, the lesser the effect. The more you sit with it and go, okay, I'm doing my solar plexus and I'm inhaling. And then all of a sudden you'll know, like, oh, I got a little spacey. I start dropping the bottle. It's like beautiful. Like, I don't want to say the goal is that you drop the bottle, but the The goal is that you have an expansion. It's a kind of a meditation of sorts. But what's happening is you're shifting from your intellect. And remember, intellect, a lot of times, even if there's mental activity, there's a lot of instinct in there, and there's a lot of emotion that the mind has tried to process that, give it value, or to resolve something. So it's made up stories, right? Everybody does it. Everybody does it. There's no escaping it. You could say it's a predicament. When we try to do things just from the point of view of the intellect, you're always going to be in opposition with yourself, no matter how hard you try. No matter how hard you try. The only way to resolve it is to be able to go into intuition. Intuition is the part of us that learns. It's the part that grows. It's the part that evolves. It's the part that innovates. It's the part that heals. It's the part that goes, yeah, that thing you think about yourself, that's not accurate. That's what your principal said when you're a little kid, and it's what, other kids said, and you know, it's just the things that happened. And then when those things happen, we try to come up with why did it happen? And understand that is nice, but it doesn't usually resolve anything, right? We need to be able to touch that intuition. And so as we sit and we stay focused on these patterns or these centers, and we inhale, part of what happens is we shift to awareness, right? We go from like focusing on it, and then we shift to awareness. And in that shift from the intellect into the intuition, the energy of the mind gets stronger. Just that. Even if you didn't do it with any oils, the mind, the energy of the mind becomes stronger. The idea of enlightenment is just quantity of that. It's just quantity. Like, how much have we done that? How much have we gathered? How much have we shifted that? And as we start to shift more and more into intuition, in that intuitive state is the gatekeeper to that higher consciousness. And as we start to touch that higher consciousness, that's when the enlightenment is a potential. You're seeing your truer nature. You're not bogged down by the things that happen to you. You're not bogged down by the old baggage or the thoughts or the opinions. Somebody the other day was asking me, I don't know, we were talking about something. They go, what do you believe in? And I go, I believe in not believing, right? Like that's what I believe in. I believe in not believing. Because the thing with belief is it really locks you into your intellect. And once you believe something, all inquiry stops. You stop contemplating it. You're super sure of what it is. And then when you're super sure of what it is, when people come up and say something that opposes what you're super sure of what it is, it kind of pisses you off. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, oh, how can that person say that? They're so clueless, right? But they have the thing that they're super sure about. You know, we really don't understand ourselves. We really kind of don't perceive ourselves. That's pretty normal. But if we're talking about self-image, we want to touch that deeper thing. Enlightenment isn't like being all knowing, all seeing. It's just really kind of knowing yourself, not what other people have said, not not what the world tells you it is, not the compliments that come from other people, not the criticisms that we've been able to sit with, but just you being able to turn inward and seeing yourself. That's all enlightenment is. That's all it is. That, and that's not just my opinion. Like if you talk to great teachers and everything, and they boil down like what is it, what are the mechanics? It really is about just seeing and knowing yourself, perceiving yourself. We perceive ourselves a lot of times through how the world sees us. We perceive ourselves a lot of times how the traumas have impacted us, how things have happened to us. And when good things happen, we kind of feel good about ourselves. And then when bad things happen, you're like, well, I might be a bad person. I don't know. I've been there. Oh my God, have I been there? But as we go through and we do this weekend, you know, we can make it kind of into what we want. It's not just about letting something go, or it's about going deeper in and touching a deeper part of ourselves. If we want our self-image to change, it's not about having to release something. It's taking the fixation of our perceptions from what has happened and looking at parts of ourselves that we haven't seen yet. Even if we've touched it, to see it even greater. Difficulties happen in everybody's life. People attack other people across the board. Nobody's immune from it. But does that define us? Does the successes that we have, does that define us? They're nice, but are they really who we are on the inside? It makes life better, don't get me wrong. At the same time, is it who we really are? So before we even start doing a practice, let's just do a thing where we focus on something and just allowing our perception to shift. No oils, no anything. Let's just practice. So with that, close your eyes and just reflect on yourself, how you see yourself, how you perceive how other people see you. How do you perceive yourself when things go well? How do you perceive yourself when things go bad? Notice how you think and feel about yourself right now. Well, let all that go. Just completely let it go. Put your awareness on your feet, your whole foot. Stay as still as you can and try to stay one pointed on your feet. Stay focused on your feet. And as you stayed focused on your feet, what happened? Did you think of your feet and it was just like, oh, my boring feet? Oh, my foot, my toes, my toenails, got cut my toenails. Uh, boy, my heels, they're so dry. Ugh, right? Or did you start going, ugh, like I'm expanding? I'm expanding. After a while, it starts to be harder and harder to stay focused on the feet, right? Just the simple act of having focus on your feet in a one pointed way, all of a sudden there was expansion. Something as simple as your feet started to help you touch that higher state. I wasn't thinking of something magical or a deity or good thoughts or trying, I need to be good, I need to be this, I need to be that, I should do this, I should do that. It was none of that. It was just simply you being one pointed on a subject, on your feet. So when we have difficulties in our lives, if we're one pointed and just sitting with it, because you're not focused trying to come up with things to do. I need to do this, I need to do that. I need to have the intention that this happens. I need to have the intention that that happens. I need to breathe in a particular way. I need to whatever. It's simply being able to be one pointed. And as you're one pointed, a different part of your mind engages. Your mind becomes more filled with light. It becomes stronger. It's like trying to pick something up only using one muscle in your back rather than your whole back. That muscle might get strong, but you're much stronger when the whole back is working. Right? Same thing with your mind. We want to engage as much of our mind as possible. It's not about the accumulation of information. It's not about thoughts or opinions. It's not about technique, right? It's just about being one pointed, allowing intuition to come in. And as intuition comes in, then we're starting to touch something even greater. Because even intuition is just a stepping stone to that higher consciousness, that consciousness that's outside our brain. Because even lower consciousness is outside of ourselves. It's just the thing that where you could say even lack of focus is a kind of focus. Lack of focus, lack of one pointedness is a focus on our lower nature. It's more of a chaotic nature. That's why the mind bounces around. When you are able to practice one pointedness, the mind gets organized and becomes less chaotic. The chaos is not the byproduct of your thoughts and your feelings and the information and that you're not smart or you're super smart, or it's tapping into too much lower nature. That's it. That's all it is. As you start to shift away from that being the focal point and you start touching more of the higher consciousness, the mind quiets down, the mind organizes, the mind starts behaving in a different way. The mind sees things in a different way. It perceives things in a different way. It goes beyond conflict. It goes beyond duality. It goes beyond right and wrong. Interesting, huh? You guys have been doing it for a long time. Like if you've been doing these classes, you've been doing it for a long time. But to talk about it beforehand, you hear it, but it doesn't really sink in because you don't have the experience. So like the mystical way, the tantric way of teaching things is you just have lots of experiences and then eventually you start talking about what happened, right? So with that, let's go ahead and pull out an oil. Here we said milfoil or yarrow, assemblage point. If you don't have one of those, like a bee choice could be like a chamomile or a helichrysum, something of that nature. So let's see what you have. Okay, so you have your oil, the plant that you're working with. And at first, just focus on the plant, like focus on the bottle. Focus on whatever it is that you're using. You can stare at it, or you can just sit and like kind of tap into it. Okay, open the bottle and just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just pausing and being still. Now, begin inhaling again, but your awareness is on your brain. So put your awareness on your brain, focus on your brain for a moment, and then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let go. Just let go for Be aware of your spine. Focus on your spine. And as you focus on your spine, begin taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Your awareness is on your brain and your spine at the same time. Don't quite inhale yet. Just put your awareness on your brain and your spine. And with your awareness on your brain and your spine, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain and the soles of your feet. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the brain and soles of your feet. And you're going to continue to inhale, but as you inhale, move your awareness up above your ankles. And as you exhale, move your awareness down into the earth just a little bit. And then pause and let go. Let's do it again. Your awareness is on your brain. Don't inhale yet. Just have it on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Just let it go. Your awareness is on your spine. You're not inhaling yet. It's just on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm. You can just and then just pause and let it go. Pause and let it go. Be aware of your brain and spine at the same time. Your brain and spine at the same time. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain and the soles of your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And as you inhale, move it up above your ankles with your awareness. As you exhale, move your awareness down into the earth. Inhale up, exhale down. And then pause and be still. Now we're going to do a little house cleaning. So choices: black cumin, frankincense, German chamomile, ginger, milfoil, yarrow, or myrrh. See what you got. Turmeric would also work. So here you're going to put your awareness on your solar plexus, which is the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. So first put your awareness on the solar plexus. Just hold your awareness there for a moment. And then start taking long, slow, deep breaths. You can keep your awareness on the solar plexus as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the mid back area. Mhm. Very nice. I find this soothing. Move your awareness to the spine. The whole spine. Your awareness is on the whole spine. And then just be still. Again, your awareness is on the front solar plexus, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the back solar, the mid back area. And your awareness is on your spine. Just let go. Okay, we're going to go to the next one, which choices are galbanum, myrrh, birch complex, Monk's anointing oil, an old blend called Threshold. You don't have those. You could also use spikenard or lemongrass. Galbanum, myrrh, birch complex, monk's anointing oil would be top choices. Which one you use? Mhm. And again, your awareness is on your brain. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain and spine at the same time. The brain and the soles of the feet at the same time. The brain and the soles of the feet at the same time. As you inhale, move your awareness up above the ankles. Exhale, down into the earth. Just let go. You know, we did that one just once, but let's just do a little exercise. Remember at the beginning, I had you like kind of reflect on yourself, how you see yourself now, how you see yourself in the past. How do you see some of the things that you deem negative about yourself? As you sit and look at it, how does it seem compared to an hour ago? When did you notice? Let's go ahead and share and process. You can ask questions, unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, um, wow. This is kind of pulling it together for me, in a way. To
Oh, good. Good,
Yeah,
good.
to first put the observation here, it was kind of like the observation of negativity was it came out of the aura, and instead of being all around me, then towards the feet. I mean, it just went down towards the,
Mm-hmm.
so it kind of localized there. But one of the pieces that I noticed, it's like when you were mentioning consciousness.
Uh-huh.
It's like I got the perception this time that I was in a sea of consciousness,
Oh, beautiful.
and more of a traveler through consciousness,
Right. Oh,
right?
beautiful. I
That
love
was
that.
just like, yeah, or a traveler of consciousness, maybe
So
instead of
I
through it.
I have to share with you. So one of my teachers in like mystical practices, when people would ask him, what he is, like, are you a teacher? Are you this or that? And he'd be real quiet for a while and he'd go, I'm a traveler.
Ah,
Yeah.
wow.
Like that's what I am. I'm a traveler.
Okay. Wow.
But talking exactly what you're talking about. It's
Yeah.
exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so weird that it just kind of, well, not weird, but it's just like there was a
Yeah.
perceptive shift
Yeah.
to where I'm like, I can see myself now there
Right.
versus, and all the pieces that we've been doing
Right.
have just kind of pulled it all together in this. Now I feel like I'm more in the web rather than being just,
Right.
there in the body and stuck in the body and the emotions. And I've been doing some of the more back to basics with the practice too.
Mhm.
I'm not the body, I'm not the mind, I'm not the thoughts, I'm
Sure.
not the emotions kind of thing. So just going
Mhm.
back through anyway, it's brilliant. Thank you
Good, good, good.
for the
Yeah, I'm glad
wisdom.
you had such a
Thank
good
you.
experience.
Yeah, yeah. Beautiful. Thank you.
And I thought it might be worth sharing some of the earlier shares
Sure.
too, when we first did the practice. So let me get those. I'd rather find the shares first and then we'll go to questions. Someone said, the feet felt fuzzy while I was actually focused.
Mm,
Noises and animals kept distracting.
mm.
Another person said, um, oh, I don't see it. Why? Oh, I can't see the other share. It was nice. Okay. Well, let me go to questions and you guys can continue to unmute yourself or type in questions and shares. Is one of the big importances of the three brains to develop intuitive faculties due to it seeming the current government something is preventing people from being able to distinguish true from false? If you know what I am saying, I've been wondering if these are tied together.
Um, the development of intuition has nothing to do with government or things going on. It just has to go with your development. Yeah.
So one can be clairvoyant and still not perceive oneself accurately? Question mark. Interesting, but not
No,
surprising.
no. Usually clairvoyance is being more aware of yourself. A lot of people that say that they're clairvoyant when they're really just tapping into like different aspects of the intellect. You know, just because something is said doesn't necessarily mean it's true. So clairvoyance is that active, like inward ability to perceive inward. I just did an interview with somebody and we'd set it up several months ago. and it was about clairvoyance. And they were, I mean, we had set the interview up like 6 or 7 months ago, and they were wanting to do a study back then about having like a piece of paper in an envelope, and you had to tell what color it was. And my response was, I don't think that's clairvoyance. That's like maybe psychic ability or whatever. But clairvoyance is going into deeper states of intuition, perceiving your nature, perceiving the nature of the things around you. But it's most importantly like perceiving your own nature, being able to perceive things that are much greater. So, like, even if you think of like the perception that Dan just had, in a way, that's a kind of clairvoyance. It's perceiving something that's very subtle. And so, like, what New Age people call clairvoyance is not usually clairvoyance. It's an impersonation of clairvoyance. Yeah. Yeah. It happens. It happens with everything, you know.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hey, Greg.
how'd you do?
Well, I came in a little late. I just posted Sam a photo of your new student, Oliver.
Oh, that is adorable.
He was prioritizing my time in section 1 this morning, so I didn't join and join late. Just a question on that first segment for milfoil and yarrow. If I go back over break and do it, did you just have people reflect on basically your own self perspective?
Yeah.
Okay.
Think of yourself, think of the good things, think of the negative things. Yeah. Because even good things, can actually become a stumbling block for us. We defend it and we try to make it happen again. You have a good experience and you try to make it happen again. And good things, they're good, they affect us, but at some point we have to let them go. And so that idea, I didn't understand that when I was young. And it's good to reflect on the good and the bad, because really, as you go into like deeper levels of intuition, you start touching something where it's like not judgy about all of that. It's not judgy about the bad, it's not judgy about the good. And the deeper level of self-image is just seeing the vehicles as they are, the body, the emotions, the mind. But really, you're tapping into something that's beyond those. And then you're bringing it forth into those vehicles. And so, yeah, like it's good just to reflect on them,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go back and do that. I joined in when you were doing segment B, and I haven't worked with milfoil. Is that kind of like a eucalyptus?
No, it's a kind of yarrow.
Is it? It smelled a little bit of eucalyptusly to
Yeah,
me.
it's got a very different smell than normal yarrow.
Okay.
It does have, if I ever use something for like respiratory things that's like anti-inflammatory, milfoil actually is quite good. It doesn't quite have, the blue aspect in the oil is like the dark blue. It's this thing that's present in oils that are blue called azulene.
Okay.
And it's there's a little bit of azulene in it, like, so there's a little blue tint to it, but it's actually the same plant, but it's distilled in a different way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the
Interesting.
same exact plant. Like it's they're sometimes there's like I can't remember, like white flowers, yellow flowers, pink flowers with yarrow, but they all distill kind of the same.
Yeah.
Depending on how it's distilled, it
Oh,
will
cool.
produce like a different byproduct. And the distillation is usually the heat, like
Yeah.
how much heat, is it low heat, is it high
Mm.
heat? And so yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like you know, just a different heat produces almost a completely different substance.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
super cool.
Yeah.
And I really got to get into galbanum.
Mhm.
That felt great on the spine. It
Yeah,
just,
doesn't it?
oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I love taking it internally, but on the spine today it was
Yeah.
great. And just you've got a fan of Cape Chamomile spray because
Oh yeah.
the little guy was like, "Oh, that smells good. Can I have some of
Oh
that?" And
really?
now he's
Oh
sleeping. Yeah.
wow. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love that. Boy, that dog is so cute. That little puppy is so cute. I love the ears. Um, yeah, the Cape Chamomile has a little bit of azulene in it as well. Like azulene is anti-inflammatory and very relaxing.
Yeah, and
And
if it's
so,
blue, it'd be
yeah,
calming to the
yeah,
emotions and probably the
yeah,
nervous system, right?
yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
You're so welcome. You know, my new thing with galbanum is I take a couple drops and I put it on the temple.
Uh-huh.
You know, over a period of time, it feels good. Like, you know, at first you go, yeah, I feel a little something. But like if you keep doing it every day, it like, I don't know, it makes the body feel good.
Well, we can always improve making the
Yeah.
body feel good. So
Yeah.
I'll try that. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Robert, then Dan.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So this question is sort of a comparison kind of thing. You talk
Mhm.
about uh, the timing of doing things, like in when you're doing a mantra, how long you hold it, the
Right.
space between the syllables.
Mhm.
And what I noticed today in the midst of my yawning, that the whenever you did the spine, excuse me, the brain spine, it was a very short time,
Right.
which is unusual. Most of the times it's been a very balance between those four parts. What does that do different?
It was because like I think everybody was kind of reaching their threshold. So like I just kind of was like, you know, we could have done a whole thing on just any one of them. But like sometimes, you know, you have that expansion, but at some point, like, you know, even when you're in this deep, beautiful meditation and you're like, oh, this is so blissful, and then all of a sudden your body is like, okay, we're done. You know, it was starting to feel like that. So I just kind of was like, well, doesn't mean we won't revisit it this weekend, but it just I still wanted to do it, but going deeper and deeper, it felt like there was a threshold that we had already hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going along just fine, like I said, yawning away.
Right.
And all of a sudden you talked. I'm like, what did he say?
Right,
Oh,
right,
what's
right.
going on? Oh, souls. Okay.
Right.
So that was it. Just an observation.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, just one more thing I forgot to mention earlier about the one pointedness.
Mhm.
I really pushed that. Well, pushed it. That's not really a proper for me
Mhm.
say that way. But anyway, I really focused on the one pointedness,
Mhm.
and it was really an amazing shift
Mhm.
to actually have everything else kind of going on around me, but just staying with it rather than
Right.
just going like here there's feeling the mind, the awareness, everything going, what about this, what about that, is that word thing will work, and I'm thinking work this, all these other things, but I just really concentrated on the one pointedness or focus with that.
Mhm.
That was amazing
Oh,
because I just
tremendous.
felt it just kind of, again, there was just a shift of being there local with it
Mhm.
rather than being everywhere else at the same time, kind of thing. So it was really kind of, I don't know, another shift, another good shift, I think, for me.
Oh, tremendous.
Yeah,
Yeah. Beautiful.
there was also a pressure on the ajna. So is that that's in sync with that? Or I definitely noticed a
Yeah.
sensation
So,
in the ajna when doing that.
sometimes it's the ajna is kicking out like platforms. It's kicking out, here we're trying to shift the self-image. And
Yeah.
so part of what starts to happen when you do start to have that shift, the ajna just goes, okay, let's do a dump, let's get it out.
Oh,
So
good.
sometimes it's that, and sometimes it's when the intuition gets really stimulated, even though that's more associated with like the forehead, the ajna will get involved and they kind of will combine a little bit, but there's still times where they're functioning independently, but the ajna will start to like delve deeper, see deeper into something. And so like you'll even start to see, like if you looked at it clairvoyantly, like there's this ray of light that will come out of the ajna, and it's kind of perceiving something. And part of clairvoyance is our energy mixes with the object and then brings that information, that energy back. And then your brain, parts of your brain start processing the data. And so sometimes it's that. So it's either dumping something or gathering something new up.
Ah,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And yeah, just another thanks. There was another thing too, when focusing on the plant, just it was like a little ribbon out there. Is that kind of a thing? An energetic thing for it? I mean, I
Like a
was just
little ribbon, like you saw a little wave of energy,
yeah,
or
like a little wave,
yeah,
like there's
yeah,
something like
yeah.
maybe in a rock form, you
Because
sort of
yeah,
see something
so
like that.
the thing with the plants is, there's the plant itself
Right?
that has an energy or like an emanation, however you want to call it. But when we tap into the intuitive part of our mind, there's the energy of the plant, but there's an energy that comes through the plant, something that's much greater than the plant itself. It acts as like a vessel of sorts.
Right.
And so, I try to prep the plants as much as possible, but as a practitioner sits and does like what we did, where you sit and you focus on it, it's like it stimulates that energy coming through the plant, and it has a much bigger impact. It's like you're stimulating like higher consciousness to actually come through the plant.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Wow.
It's
This is
it's the
really
idea with like a statue or a dorje, or like you
okay.
sit and you focus on it, or a tonka, anything you sit and you focus on it, and then at some point energy starts to come through the item.
Right.
you know?
Right.
So
Yeah.
like in mystical traditions, they'll say they'll say that an item they'll say an item is very spirited, and it means that like there's something that comes through that item. It's not just that that item has energy, it's that something comes through that item, something much greater than what the item is.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow. Well, that could explain a lot then, as far
yeah,
as how
yeah.
things and energies are associated or travel through
Right, right.
things then,
And if
objects.
you look at a lot of tonkas,
Yeah.
like you see how like here, like it's almost like there's this little like gateway
Right.
around being. It's
Right.
because there's an energy that's coming through. And so in
Oh,
because it's represented a lot of times in either they're sitting on a double lotus, or there's like a little like gateway or something that's around them. It's because the more that you focus on it, more the energy comes through. And so it's actually shown as that in the painting. Like it's a
oh,
physical representation of that aspect.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have to study that a little more. I love it, by the
Yeah.
way. That
Yeah.
the new arrival. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Thanks
so
again.
welcome.
Yeah.
Someone said after the practice, they feel calm, focused in the moment.
Oh, good. That's excellent.
So after we did the second part B,
Mhm.
someone's typed in, why does animosity towards my ex come up when working the solar plexus? Is it unresolved disempowerment? He gaslighted me for 35 years.
It's just some stuff in there still stuck. It's on its way out, you know. Um, there's our feelings, there's the connection with the person, there's the stuff from that person, there's the displacement of the situation, the shift and the changes. And so that's kind of actually what we're trying to process is even though we've moved on in our mind or we're distracted, there's still something in the physiology and the emotional body, sometimes the mind, that still is stuck there. It's not so much like a symptom, but it's like in the deeper state of the body. And you could say that those experiences or that conflict or that difficulty with that person on some level puts the body into a bit of a degenerative state. And so as the state of the body shifts, that animosity might have been there, might not be conscious of it all the time, but it's there. So as you go through and you do this process, the body just starts going, if we're going to be regenerating, we got to get rid of this. Like, so let's start filling up the dumpster. We're going to the dump. Like we're kicking that out. Like we want to be in a different state of being. And so, 35 years is a long time, and it just needs a little time of filling up that dumpster to take it to the dump. We all go through that. Like, I was doing that kind of work a majority of this week. Just ugh. I thought I was all done with all of this stuff, and yet it reared its ugly head, you know. Nothing really happened, but just some things like stimulated some old memories, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm still a little upset about some of this stuff, you know." I thought I was completely, I was so done with it. Apparently I wasn't. Yeah. So I mean, I'd say, it doesn't mean anything other than there was some crap in there. That's all it means. Like, it has no reflection on like how you process or who you are. It's just stuff had to go to the dump. That's all it is.
Does trauma linger in the field across lifetimes, and we are working to transmute this life and past lives?
Sometimes, like it's not trauma how we would know trauma, like in this lifetime. But sometimes we have, you know, maybe some things that happened. A lot of times it might be how we died in previous times. Out of everything that sometimes in a previous life is one of the more impactful things, not so much what happened in the life, but was it a traumatic death? Was it not? And there can be some tendencies that kind of carry over. Um, like I knew this one lama, and he was always talking about the need to fit in. And it, coming from a lama, it was a little odd. It wasn't bad, but I was just like, that's a weird thing to be thinking about. Like, he's part of a group. They're all kind of like-minded. Like, it's not about climbing a social ladder or something. But, I would see him from time to time. And then later, he had the realization was that it was tied to how he had passed in an incarnation. And so that drive to try to fit in was like a leftover from a previous time. We have the drive to fit in our physiology, but it was more than that. There was something obviously going on. And he didn't really see the imagery, but he just realized, like, whenever he would sit with the feeling of like needing to fit in, he would always see like a death. And at first he was like, "Oh, I'm letting go of a part of myself." And in a way he was, but then over a period of time he realized I was letting go of something that had happened a long, long, long time ago. Yeah, yeah.
Question, how do you actually use the Tonka for healing? I purchased one from Astara, but don't have any idea how to use it.
Yeah, do the same thing that we just talked about. Like stay super focused and then let yourself expand. I am going to be teaching like a little free study group on how to use tonkas. Um, Tonkas and Tibetan bowls and things like that. I just got I'm juggling to find time, but it's coming. But for right now, sit and focus, look at imagery on that, and then just like we did with your feet, as you start to expand, try to stay focused. And when you really start to expand, just close your eyes and let go.
So when we first started the practice and you had us focus on ourselves, I just started thinking about other people and other things and like like the most like energy took to just like, no, focus on yourself, focus on yourself.
Mhm.
And then after we did the practice, it was more of like a little bit like what Dan experienced. It was like this expansive, like conscious awareness
Mhm.
of a greater kind of self or something. And I was like, that was just one like quick cycle through. So that helps.
It like when you start doing this practice, like you know, we do it all the time, but like you know, the ability to shift out of that everyday thing, you know, that kind of focus on other people and other situations, it's still important for us to be able to do that to survive in the world. The problem is sometimes is we get stuck there and we can't go inward. And so really it's just a practice of being able to go out there and here, out there and here, out there and here. And the more that you do it, they kind of merge and they become the same thing.
Hmm.
But it takes a while. Yeah.
A lot of hurt feelings came up and sadness of not being included in groups, friendships during inhalations.
Mm.
The poor me came up.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're going to keep working on this. So let's see how that poor me is at the end of the day. Yeah. But like I said, sometimes it's about letting something go, and sometimes it's about healing that part, you know, being able to sit with that part, being able to embrace that part. The worst thing that can happen is we get separated from a part of ourself. Okay, let's take a break. We'll come back at about 25 after, and we'll do a little bit more. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And here we're going to deal with what we call psychic impressions. You know, there's memories, there's our thoughts, but sometimes we have these old experiences and there's an impression that gets left on the mind. You know, and not necessarily something to recall, not necessarily the memory, but like say you had a bad experience, even though you don't have the memory of it, there's still an impression of it on the mind, right? And so we want to be able to help the mind let go of these impressions and like purify the mind of these impressions. So with that, some form of sage. We pull out some form of sage. Clary sage doesn't work as well for this, so try to do some form of sage. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. So,
Yeah, you're good.
okay. So, no need to reflect on anything. We're just gonna go through and do the process. So your awareness is on your brain. And then start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on the brain. And then just pause and be still. And let's do the brain again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The other backward. And then just be still. Just be still, let go. Mhm. And I know we did it twice, but we're going to do it again. Awareness on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Just let go. And you're not going to inhale right now, but keep your eyes closed and just focus on the brain. without the oil, just focus on the brain. You just let everything go. Just let it all go. Still on your brain, you're going to take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the sage. And then pause and let go. How's that feeling on your brain? Cool. So now you're going to do your crown. Inhale with your awareness on the crown. Your awareness is on your forehead, which is where your hairline is. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the forehead. And then the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then pause and be still. Let's do your brain again. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the sage. Awareness is on your brain. And then just pause and be still. And then begin inhaling again. Still on the brain. Move your awareness to the crown. And then the forehead, where the hairline is. Awareness is on your forehead. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Yeah, so yeah, I love me some sage. And then just pause and be still. You hear me talk about, oh, I love sage. I put sage on a lot. There's days that I forget or whatever, but even just wearing it has an impact. But like when you use it like something like this, think about things in the past that bothered you, even this last week. You had a weird week, go back and think about it, and you're just like, eh. The impressions of what happened aren't impacting you. You kind of detach from like the fixation on those things. It's not really a fixation. It's more of an entanglement. Your energy body, your emotional body, the instincts get it kind of entangled in it, and it just takes a while to unravel. Sage is etheric detangler. Now you would put detangler in your hair, get out the knots. It's kind of like that. Helps your body to do that. Part of what it does also is it helps to regenerate neurological patterns. And like in the body, like say you have a chronic back pain. After a while, the nerves are used to firing in a particular way when it comes to that back pain and that issue, that injury, whatever it might be. So you apply things to diminish the pain, but the nervous system is used to being in that pain pattern and it just keeps doing it, right? And so that's the thing that's like when something's chronic is part of what you have to do is you have to regenerate the nerves in that particular area so that your body can break out of that pain pattern. The same thing happens to the mind. We get kind of entangled in these like chronic like pain patterns that might not be in our body, but it's like Uncle Bob. Like Uncle Bob's a chronic pain pattern. Like every time I see Uncle Bob, that happens, right? Or even if somebody's doing something a little bit obnoxious and you don't say anything, you're still stuck in like, well, I'm just always going to be quiet. I'm never going to say anything. It's just the way that it is with this person. And at some point, you know, you might even get a little frustrated with it, like, why am I even doing this? But that pattern is there, right? So it becomes that you're dealing with the difficulty of that person or that situation, but you're also dealing with the difficulty of that pattern. So sometimes it's not just the person you're wrestling with or that situation, it's the pattern itself. And, sage won't completely make it go away, but sage will give you a door that sometimes you can step into, and then you look back and you go, oh, that room's full of that pattern. And sometimes you break out of it a little bit, sometimes you break out of it a lot. When you use sage on the body, you're breaking out of those chronic pain patterns. When you direct it to the mind, into the upper centers like this, you're breaking out of the pattern of thinking. And sometimes it's more of the influence of the lower nature that's not allowing the higher nature to come in. You have an established pattern. And so these negative things or self-image, whatever it might be, sometimes it's just about breaking up the pattern, not really targeting the issue itself, but if you break things up a little bit, the body moves past it, intuition moves past it better than what we think we could do with it. You just gotta set it up right, and this idea of going through and working the brain and working the upper centers, it does it a bit on the body, but it does it more for like the mental body and the brain and how it processes the kind of information that comes in. This is part of why sage is also considered a neuroprotective. Is it's very fortifying to the nerves. It protects them from degenerating. Sometimes the degeneration is simply this repetitive pattern. So we're looking at it from a point of view of not chasing after a symptom, but trying to establish a deeper state that produces fruit that are more positive in our lives rather than the fruit of our symptoms, right? So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, and process this. You can unmute yourself, you can type in.
Good morning, Greg. This is Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. It really is good. It answers some things because I've had like when that horse fell on me, there wasn't a lot they could do at that time period, 30
Right.
some odd years ago, right?
Right.
And so I was in pain a lot. And then
Yeah.
over time, the pain kind of goes, but there seems to be like that lag time that the two have, and I'm guessing that's where sage would just be really, really.
Yeah, and there's the blend, like if you're really dealing with a chronic like pain pattern in the body, that blend nerve help. It's really heavy on the sage, but it's got some other things in there that kind of augment it. So you could use the sage by itself or that nerve help and apply it to the area. There's been times where, like family or friends or something, they'll have like a chronic back issue or something, and I'll give them some things for the different pain or whatever, and it feels good, but they'll never go like, oh, that was amazing. They'll just go, yeah, it was helpful. But when I give them either sage or the nerve help, usually I give them nerve help. But
Okay.
yeah, that like really like knocked it out. And like I just use it from time to time. When it flares up, it just knocks it out. And part of it is you're breaking that pattern in the body. And that's why they don't even have to use it every day. Like they'll use it and then they'll feel better. And then they'll say it'll be weeks or months, and then they'll need to do it again. And your body's, the nervous system, like as soon as it fires down a particular pathway, it just keeps firing down that pathway. It doesn't really go, okay, we're done being in this kind of pain. Let's go back to the way it used to be. Like it just keeps firing down that pathway. And so part of pain management is being able to re-educate that nerve to go back to the way it used to be. And
Yeah.
so, there's manual techniques with compression and things like this, but with oils, sage or nerve help really shine. Like that's one of the things that's really good for it. These patterns, we look at them from the point of view of our body, but they can actually even happen in the environment. It's not quite neurological, but you could say we have like an inner nervous system that's more of an etheric nervous system. And that aspect, it's not quite like a nervous system, but it's like a group of tendencies, you could say, is also in nature. And so part of like when people are smudging and doing things like that, part of what they're doing is they're breaking up a pattern. And so, people will talk about, oh, there's a portal in this area, and they'll sage it and it goes away. That's very shamanic. But really, what that portal is, it's not really a portal. It's just like a pattern of this, whatever it is, and they burn the sage, and it just breaks up the pattern, right? But they come up with like fancy words to say what it is, trying to make sense out of it. I mean, I get it, but it's always seems a little bit more ominous than what it is. It's just a repetitive pattern, like just a thing going in circles in that area, and you burn the sage and it just breaks it up.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for that explanation.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask one other, how
Sure.
does sage differ from hyssop?
Hyssop is also good for purification, but hyssop is good for diminishing the tendency to absorb negativity, right? Like the sage will break up the pattern of negativity, but like say you didn't have sage and you're walking into this situation, this person, or even this place where like there's a pattern like that. Sage will break it up. Hyssop will help you to not be as impacted by it, but it doesn't really break it up. You know what I mean? Like if there's like a negative person that you're interacting with at work, the sage will maybe break up the dynamic between the two of you. Hyssop will just diminish that person's negativity being absorbed by you. Like it kind of stops the back and forth from happening as much. And so it minimizes our projections, and it minimizes the projections of others. And when I say projections, it's more of like energetic projections. Like when we're interacting with people, energy is bouncing back and forth. But when we're dealing with that difficult person at work, for example, there's energy bouncing back and forth, but some of them might not be very positive, right? So it diminishes that so that you don't really absorb it. It's not like it hits you and it goes away. It diminishes the back and forth.
So it would be good to kind of use together. I think mainly because it's like that nerve that if I couldn't solve something, I kind of took it back into myself, like I blame myself,
Right.
And that's like an old nerve thing that you're talking about. So
yeah, I mean, you could probably, both oils would probably touch on something there, but I would say sage would probably be a bigger impact. But even as you break up the pattern, like say you have these tendencies, and like you said, you end up feeling bad about yourself, and it's because you interact with these three people, like let's just say person X, Y, and Z, right? And so you break up the pattern of that, so you're like, I can step out of that. You stepped out of it, but they didn't, right? So then you go back and you go, okay, hey, person XYZ, let's have lunch, and they're going to do their same thing. You've broken up the pattern so that maybe you don't feel that way again, but they're still going to behave the way that they've behaved over the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years, whatever it is, right? So inhaling the hyssop would minimize their little dramas or their little projections and not suck you back into what it was.
Oh, that's wonderful. No, and that makes perfect sense. That was kind of the missing piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
And then with the sage, that's all inhalation, or can you?
Inhalation. I mean, I like to wear it on my wrists. Like I put it on my wrists, and sometimes I do a body tonic with Spanish sage, like just to really reboot the whole body. Like if I'm having a chronic, the injury sites is usually what I'll hit. I'll rub the sage or the nerve help in a body tonic in those areas. Not even daily. I mean, I can't remember the last time I used nerve help, but I still splash it on sometimes, even if I don't have like an ache or a pain. just to do like maintenance and just keep myself from backsliding, because I have areas where like muscles got torn and things got broken, and even though the body is repaired, there's still like potentials in the body, you know what I mean? So I don't even want to wait until it gets to a 911. I was like, let's just do a little maintenance and a little cleanup so that my body doesn't go there.
And with the nerve help, do you inhale that and topical both?
Like you can inhale it. We use that in the ORIC programming for the nervous system. And but if you had like a physical issue, I would do the program, and then but I would put it on the body. Like I would put it on the area. Like when I give it to some family or friends or whatever, I usually just tell them put it on the body. That's usually like enough.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
About I think it was 2 orders ago, I was on the fence, and actually you suggested nerve help, and you guys ended up switching it around for me. So you were on it.
Oh
well
yeah,
ahead of
good,
me.
good, good.
Well ahead
Oh
of me.
yeah, it's.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I have blends that are like, they're my favorite, but it's usually because like what they do for me, and Nerve Help always makes the list.
Thank you very much.
Different pain ones I rotate kind of in and out of, but Nerve Help is like always in my little kit. Like I might not use it a lot, but it's my little security blanket of like, especially like when I travel or something, like I don't want to have some flare up as I'm sitting on a plane or driving in a car or something. And so it's always like in my little suitcase kit. Yeah.
Good to know. Thank you so much.
You're so.
And then go ahead, Ralph and Sonia.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. On the pattern that we're releasing.
Mhm.
Now, you've mentioned in the past that most of these patterns are held in our arms and legs in the bone marrow. So
Yeah, they can be. Here we're targeting the brain itself. Yeah.
Okay, so the held patterns in the bone marrow doesn't necessarily, is that another trigger for the brain?
Yeah, like they're in the same group, but we're just focusing on the brain right now. Yeah. But you would put them together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're interrupting the brain's,
right.
I'll call them receptors for lack of a better word.
Right.
That when the arm and the leg or the leg goes off, it doesn't have a receiving station in the brain.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Exactly. You nailed it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And then go ahead, Sonia, then Lolly.
Hey, Sonia.
What in this last bit you did, is it what what about the back brain chakra?
Yeah, you could do it. It wasn't necessary for what we just did, but you could, like the back head. Yeah, sure.
It would help. Okay. Is for also the last one, is coffee okay for that one as well?
Coffee oil.
One for where you could use ginger. Wait a second. It was.
Oh, I know
what
where you're going. Yeah, coffee would work. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, the one it was in the first segment, letter B. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, coffee could work. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll adjust my notes. That actually would be one. I forget about coffee a lot, the coffee oil. I used to be gangbusters with it, and I just I still use it from time to time, but I forget about it.
In salt baths, coffee and ginger work really well together because coffee will flush, but ginger opens up your channels and especially your skin. And since your skin is the only other organ you can organ you've got that can throw out as much toxins as your kidneys.
Right. Right. Yeah, good combo.
And then go ahead, Lolly.
Hey, Lolly. Hey, hey.
Hey, that was quite amazing. It's like somebody took my brain and scrubbed it really
Yeah,
well.
give your brain a massage.
Oh my God. And I actually, so I woke up with some neck stuff today, you know, it's kind of bothering me and this and that. So as you're working on the brain, like one of the times that we kind of let go, I was like, okay, I have sage here. So I start massaging all the area of the neck and the back of the neck. Oh my God. And I use a lot of things, you know, all the time.
Sure,
I
sure, sure.
did that.
Yeah.
That opened up my neck.
Yeah.
Like the neck moves and everything just feels so clear.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah, good.
physically, the neck and the mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I just woke
Yeah.
up and it's, yeah.
Like we were just saying a second ago, like with um the use of like nerve help or sage, here we're directing it at the brain and potentially the mind and things, but in the body, like we'll have chronic pain patterns, and so like the thing that I like to do, like is, sometimes I call it like a multifaceted approach or like a rotational approach with the things that we do. And you do things for pain, you do things for relaxing the muscle, but there's a component of re-educating the nerves so that they like function more appropriately. Like they don't necessarily go all the way back to the way they used to be, but if you treat it enough, sometimes it does. And whenever we have like a injury or chronic pattern, or most times it's an injury, the more that settles into the body, the more that the nervous system just goes, this is who we are now, like this is what we do. And it doesn't go, well, this is bad or this is painful. It just goes, this is what we do. And so your body is very good at adjusting and adapting, but not going, let's go back to the way it was, or let's make a shift. And so sometimes when you're trying to heal something, you're fighting that pattern, or you're fighting your body's, like, this isn't exactly what's happening, but it like metaphorically it kind of is. It's like your body gets attached to that pattern, like it gets attached to that pain syndrome. It's not really what's happening, but like if you look at it from the point of view of intellect, it looks very similar. It's just like, this is what we do now. And so you try to shift it in the body, it will shift a little bit. And then the body goes, nope, this is what we do. Like, this is how we function. This is how we fire, the nerve endings. Like, this is how we do things. And so sage breaks that up. Sage is very good for re-education of the nerves.
Right. And so
Yeah.
I actually use it as a body tonic every
Right.
day.
Yeah.
I use it on my wrists, but I never actually use the oil by itself
Sure.
to just do what it does. And I was like, well, it's standing right here, let's just do it. And that was an
Right.
interesting,
Yeah.
it's something I just never, and that was,
Yeah.
so that was amazing. And doing this pattern, it's something that what you would do like maybe like once a week or once a month, or when you feel like there's something
like
stuck.
I do it for a little bit, and then I forget about it for quite a while. Like, it's not something you need to do super repetitive. This, like, I was thinking about this last night. I was like, just kind of thinking, I did a day of healing, and I was just thinking about, oh, what are we teaching tomorrow? And I started reflecting on it. And it's a lot like going to university. You study, you focus, you study, and then you get out, you graduate, and you go out into the world. Then you're applying what happened. You don't have to study anymore. But a lot of times when we look at like trying to heal like a condition or a symptom, or make a shift in us emotionally or mentally, we look at it like we're still in university. but really what you're trying to do is wake something up inside you. You're trying to shift something. And as you start to generate movement, you might do it a little bit, but you don't have to keep doing it. The idea would be sometimes you do. Like I should say, sometimes you do. But there's times where you try to shift out of it, and then you become more active, or you start treating another aspect of it. You treat it as the body kind of shifts and evolves. And so I would say it would depend on need. Like
Yeah.
there's times where I do it kind of intensely, and then there's times where several months goes by and I don't do it at all.
Yeah.
And then I go, that thing with the brain, I got to do that again. And
Yeah.
so I usually do some sort of maintenance for the brain, with the sage or with basil. But as far as I might wear it or take the basil internal, but then there'll be times where I'll sit down and I'll really do the pattern. I think that's good, but I don't do it daily. Like
Yeah.
it's like kind of when I feel like a little need for it, or I feel a little inspired, or every once in a while, a bottle of sage will be sitting on the coffee table, and I'll sit down and I go, oh, you know what? I have 10 minutes and I'll do it. But it's not always like, ugh. And so if it did something for you, I'd say do it for a while. But then when you start to feel better, you'll forget about it. But like it's still in the repertoire that you might come back and visit at some time.
Yeah. And it's interesting. Something came up and kind of was unraveling some more things, like a situation that tends to come up. So that was interesting. But yeah, so that was amazing. And earlier it was also like what we did earlier in the day. It feels like a while back. But yeah, that was also really interesting and felt really good. Like just
good.
cleaning some more things.
Yeah.
Then I had this like image of like a mockingbird and like a web that looks like a snowflake. And it was just really peaceful. And I'm like, oh, I don't even know. I can't even remember exactly where it came and which one of the patterns, but I'm like, okay, well, just
that's
let
kind of
that.
interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, but I feel more awake overall and more,
Good.
the mind is
Glad
more
your neck
quiet.
feels better. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
You're
Thank you
so
so much.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. You've already answered a lot of my questions with the teaching you just did, but this is a real specific thing relating to the person that wrote in about a long relationship. There's just a whole lot of stuff that comes out when you least expect it.
Yeah.
And I think it's all tied into issues in my body, like my knees and stuff. Would you, when you're doing, obviously some of this we can do topically or on the wrist.
Yeah.
And
Totally.
we've got the sequence. Could you add thinking about that person or those situations, could you add the knee into that protocol? Or would you just not?
Yeah, you could inhale it, but like the easier thing, just put some sage on the knee. Like you could do that though. But from time to time, like I'll do that with the oil, but I mean, if I'm being completely honest, like if my back, I usually just rub it on and then call it good. Like, I love to say like, oh, I sit down and do this big protocol. I'm usually tired, I'm busy or whatever. Like the most times I do stuff like that is usually in a hotel room where, at home I always have things to do. And so like if I have free time, I'm like, oh, I should write, or I should do this, or I should do that. Now, hotel room, I have kind of free time because I don't have that stimulation. So I tend to do more of the protocols when I travel. And so definitely do it topically, but from time to time I would inhale it into the knee area, like especially the pain areas.
So would the nerve help in the morning or before bed? What is
Doesn't
there
matter.
one?
Like
Okay.
whenever. Yeah. Like if something's really kind of painful for me, I'll do it kind of a couple of times during the day. And then I'll go, this is my new thing. And I'll make myself a big bottle and I touch it for a couple of days and then I don't touch it anymore because it feels better. And so, I'll still do it for maintenance, but you know, that 2 or 3 times a day gets you through the kind of the crisis or the difficult time. And then after that, it just becomes like maintenance.
Perfect. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Lolly, and then we have some chat ones as well.
It's
Hey,
me again. Hi. So here's what I'm wondering about. So if I'm working with somebody who has a lot of things, going on, a lot of chronic pain, a lot of other issues, would that be the pattern that we did with the stage to clean everything? Would that be something you would give somebody who's like new, not familiar with the oils, or is that something
yeah,
that
you
too
could.
heavy?
You could. I'd say for the pattern we just did, probably more psychotherapy. But if it was things in the body, I'd have them inhale it on the body or just inhale it in general. You know, like a new person, a lot of times I don't give a pattern to. I'll just have them inhale it, and that's still effective. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So you wouldn't, so somebody who's kind of new, that might be too much, because that's the person.
not too much. Not necessarily too much, but sometimes it might not be. You know, if it's like a pain, like a body issue, like
No,
doing
it's
the
a
thing on,
combination of, so it's
yeah,
a combination of the body and the mind and the nerves.
then yeah, you could do it. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And if not, just have them inhale the sage and see how
Yes.
they do.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, because like when you give it to them in general, like they're coming to you for some reason, it's on their mind. So you don't have to say to them like focus on it because they're already kind of focused on it. So you have them
Yeah.
inhale it.
Hmm.
Like giving them too many things to do sometimes starts to make them shut down a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, you know, like if it's one of the students that's been around for a while, I'll give them patterns. But if it's like
Right.
somebody in my family, I'll just go, just inhale this.
Yes.
You know, like that's about all I say to them.
Yeah.
And even
Makes
then,
sense.
they're probably not going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, my
Exactly.
my favorite was like I said to my somebody that I know, I was like, okay, inhale this like 3 to 15 times. And they went, that was it. Like, and I was like, that's not what I said. But they kind of followed the letter of what I said. But I was like, that did nothing. Like
Hmm.
I guarantee you it did nothing. I mean, it might have done a little something, but you know,
Yeah.
people are at where they're at, and
Yeah.
sometimes you got to treat them where they're at before you can get them to somewhere else. And
Yeah.
so,
And with this one,
yeah,
it's a client and I'm trying different things. And I'm like,
yeah,
if I can walk her through this thing, maybe.
yeah, yeah, sure,
Yeah, that's a train of thought to
yeah,
just
yeah.
unwind things in a way that is gonna be, yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I seem to be floating into another dimension, even from the beginning of today's practice. Now with the Sage Supreme, I'm feeling heady and my body is drifting more deeply into another dimension. And I don't feel like I'm really sitting in this chair.
Yeah, I hear you.
When we first observed ourselves, I sensed low energy, broken pieces, and leaking between them. Dark spots in the brain like kiwi seeds and damaged inner connections. We did the first exercise and I ended with the pieces knitted, repaired connections, and a higher vibe energy with a golden hue.
Nice.
Black cumin cleansed and darkness cleared.
Good.
Second exercise sensed pineal glowing gold and around me. With the breathing expansion of galbanum was a notable for a much stronger one-pointed connection moving out and beyond. Sage felt fortifying.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Sage is very fortifying.
I had some really vivid images from galbanum. White, symmetrical snowflake insect, really zoned out, but I was still able to follow the protocol.
Nice. Sounds very nice.
Interesting, the snowflake image for this one too.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, let's break for lunch before we get in because the next one's gonna take us a little bit. So we'll come back at what is that, 5 to 2? Is that right? No. $140, 140,
2:10.
2:10. Yeah, boy, I can't do math this morning. 2:10. Hey, everybody, come on back. So we're at the kind of mid page 2, segment 3. And we're starting to look at cognitive function. Some sort of rosemary would be good here. Traditionally, we'd use rosemary verbena, but some kind of rosemary. And if you don't have rosemary, basil could be a substitute, but rosemary is a better choice. Let's see where we're at with. Sounds good. Okay, so we're not going to use, you have the oil ready, but we're not going to use the oil for a little bit. First, we're going to do a practice where we go a little bit deeper into the heart. You know, we refer to it as the heart seed, the journey within, or entering the cave of the heart. The heart directly feeds the crown and the brain. Like, even if you were to have some sort of heart issue where you have blockages in the heart, it actually diminishes the energy and blood supply to the brain. So the physical heart supports the brain, the heart chakra supports the crown. So if we want to increase or improve cognitive functions, we need more energy, more blood, whatever that might be, going to the brain and the crown. So with that, you're not really having to reflect on anything. You're just going to do this process going within. So your eyes are closed, and at first, you're just putting your awareness on the center of your chest. You're on the heart. Now, with your awareness on your heart, start moving by little increments, like ½ inch to an inch. Move a little bit inward, and then just stay there for a little while and experience that spot. And then after several breathing cycles, move in a little bit deeper. You're moving towards the spine, going deeper into the heart chakra. And wherever you're at, just be still. Keep your awareness on that spot in your heart. Just be still. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Again, your awareness is on the heart. Begin going inward. You're going inward and then just being still with your awareness on that spot. You're just being still with your awareness on that deeper part of the heart. You're just being still. Okay. Now we're going to do a thing called Lama Yoga. Right? So this is taught at Astara. It's a form of sustained awareness. Right? So just watch me for a second. It's a variation of the materialization breath, or materialization breath is a variation of this, however you want to look at it. But basically, your chin goes down. You inhale through your nose as you move your head up. You exhale slowly through your mouth as your head comes down. Now, be careful with your neck. If you have a bad neck or something, don't be so exaggerated with the movement, right? But chin down, inhale up, exhale down. 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 Now just be still. Let your head kind of normalize back to its natural position. Just be still. Your awareness is on your heart. And go inward just a little bit. Find that spot. You're letting go of everything, chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale through the mouth, moving your head down. Inhale up. Exhale 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 down. Just be still. Let's have you put your chin down to your chest again. Inhale up. Exhale down. 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 Keep your awareness on your heart. Go in a little bit deeper into the heart. Just let everything go. Keep your eyes closed, just let everything go. Now grab your rosemary verbena or rosemary, whatever you're using. Your eyes are closed. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your navel. Move your awareness to the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. On the left hand side of your body, below your ribs. The Ming Men, the low back area, the backside of the navel. The sex chakra. The awareness is on the sex chakra. Bottom of the tailbone. Awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then just let go. Just let go. Begin with how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Reflect on yourself. Reflect on different aspects of yourself, the good, maybe the parts you don't like. I was going to do 2 rounds of it, but I think maybe we'll have a break or something in between or come back to it later or something. Is that, could you do another round? Or?
No, I was asleep. You're part of that.
How about we share experiences, ask questions, and then we'll think about how we're going to do the next phase. You want to share yours?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The whole experience, I don't know, but throughout the process, it was like I could go deeper and deeper and deeper. And like at one point, I really was falling asleep. And then as we ended, and you're like, let go. And then like we came out of it, and I'm like, oh, I have so much energy right now.
Yeah, you notice your mind like a
Yeah.
lot clearer, a lot stronger. Yeah. Yeah.
That was it.
Very nice. Anybody else want to share, ask questions? We can process it.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, this is a very simple question that should be self-explanatory. When I go into my heart, it sometimes moves on me.
Uh-huh.
Where point on you where you go in?
Like about right here.
Give me a sec, guys.
Okay, well, that's lower than I'm going.
Yeah. If you go a little
Okay.
higher, that's okay, but like kind of what you're shooting for is about right here.
Is
Yeah.
that your breastbone?
Yeah, it's on the breastbone.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that because I'm in the wrong place.
Where you just up higher, like up here?
I'm up higher and it keeps moving a little left.
Huh.
But up maybe a half inch to an inch higher.
Huh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, that's still kind of hitting the high heart, but we're looking for the heart seed. So I would go a little bit like down.
At the breastbone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Tracy, then Robert.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hi.
Hey.
So when I go into the deep in my heart, it feels uncomfortable. Like,
Yeah, that's
if-
why we go little bits at a time.
okay. Am I doing it too fast?
No, I mean, the discomfort sometimes is heightened awareness. Like even when like higher consciousness comes in, it's still displacing lower things. And so like, if you practice it going in a little bit, you'll notice you'll hit like, okay, I'm there, like this as far as I can go. You hit like a threshold. And then you do the practice for a little while, and then you're able to go a little deeper. It's like it's always going to hit this like there's like a little pushback in the heart, right? And it's not that it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's just a thing. Like it's um it's just the threshold in the moment. Sometimes you might be able to go deeper. You might have a super stressful week, can't go very deep. You know what I mean? It will kind of fluctuate. And so part of it is you're cultivating awareness as you make the little movements. You're allowing yourself to kind of acclimate to it. But yeah, you're acclimating. Threshold. There's still one other point. But anyway, I think the point I want to make is that as you go deeper, there is a displacement of like lower vibrational energy. So that's why a lot of times, like if you notice you had a bad week or stressful week or something like that, it can't go as deep. It's because you're already starting to displace something, right? And so times where like maybe you feel good and cleaned up, you had a nice quiet week, or you've been doing a practice for a little bit and not really having to engage the normal everyday world, you'll be able to go deeper. And then you go to Costco and you deal with stuff at work, and you do all the things that we need to do sometimes, and then you do it and you can't go very deep. Like the level that you're displacing, as soon as you go a little bit deeper, you're displacing a little bit. Every time you go a little bit deeper, you're displacing more. And so like it's a way of being gentle about the process by like going, oh, I'll go in a little bit, I'll go in a little bit. I'm done. Or sometimes you'll go, I keep going, I keep going, I keep going, I keep going. But it's not like a forced practice. If you can go a little deeper, great. And if you can't, that's okay too. Like it's just like a real gentle, like meandering in towards that cave. You know what I mean? It's just like, like when I
So
tell some of
more
my friends,
stress.
it's like you're trying to get a squirrely out of your hand. You don't want to make any fast movements. You don't want to make a lot of eye contact. You just be really still. And so that stillness is transmuting things as you're going in. So just like allow yourself to go in little bits and let things displace and transmute before you go a little deeper.
Okay, so it's the like buildup of stress and energies that
Yeah,
are
it could be
making
stress. It
it
could be
uncomfortable.
people upset at you, you upset at people,
No,
you're
me? No.
distracted. Well, it's just all kinds of things. You had to do a bunch of paperwork, who knows?
Okay, thank you.
There's times where I think I'm going to sit down, this is going to be amazing. And then it was like, eh. And then there's times where I think, just 10 minutes, and it was amazing, right? So sometimes, I don't know about for other people, but sometimes I think for myself, I get too in my head about it. And so there's times where like, you might be under stress, but you also might be tired, and you just kind of let go a little bit, you'll be able to go deeper. But
I'll let you
sometimes
know when I have that. Oh my God, this is great experience. So
right.
far, I have not had that.
Well, like I said, start just with little tiny movements,
Okay.
and yeah.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So my question was along the similar lines, but it's not coming from a place of not getting to the heart seat. I always get there,
Mhm.
but it's an experience getting there, and that I don't know where I'm going,
Right,
and I don't know what route I'm going to take to get there,
right,
and I don't know what the experience will be once I get there.
right,
So it's like this sort of unknown, but
right,
it's very welcoming and inviting for me.
right.
Okay, so
That's perfect. Yeah, because if you think about the part of your mind that would be sure would be intellect. So if you were sure, you'd be in your intellect as you're going in there. The part that has to always like observe and adjust and adapt would be the intuitive mind. And so it is like that kind of journey going in, and you're having to like watch and like, oh, what about that? Oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, that's very intuitive. And so even as you do that practice of going in and not being sure and having to watch and explore and go, is that it? Is that it? That makes the practice a lot more like genuine and not quite as like just being stimulated. And so there's something to be said for stimulating a chakra or something like that. But here you're trying to stimulate the intuitive mind as you're going deeper. And even that process of, oh, a little bit, and I'm looking around and like, is it, oh, what's going on here? How do I feel? Well, okay, I got to move a little deeper. Where am I? Like that. That's actually quite good because you're really having to engage the intuitive process to do that. So, like what you described was perfect.
well, and the first way I phrased the question was, is there a specific spot I'm supposed to be going? Do I just go there? And and I knew that was coming from a place of intellect, yet
Yeah, we all do it. Yeah,
and I just sort of then I thought about the question as we were going in this time. It's like, oh yeah, I don't know where I'm going, and I
right.
certainly don't know how to get there. And I'm not sure what's going to happen once I get there, but that's the whole experience.
Yeah. The spot you're trying to get to, it's actually in the physical heart. The spot is I remember it's the SA node, not the AV node. I think it's the SA node in the heart. And when you get there, you'll know because you'll have, how people were describing, like, I'm in a room, but it doesn't have walls, like almost like these two things that seem completely opposite will like coexist at the same time. And you'll kind of know it when you're getting there, but even in getting there, that cultivation of being aware of those subtle shifts in consciousness are like fine tuning your intuition and your ability to benefit from what happens when you get inside that space. And so the journey is just as much of the process as being on that spot by itself. The thing when you go to, like, say, the blue pearl, when you go directly to the blue pearl, you'll stimulate it, but then you take your awareness off of it in a short amount of time, it just kind of goes back. It might stay a little bit more stimulated. But if you do that process where, we have you like inhale here, inhale there, move the energy back and forth, move it back and forth this way, you're having to do this like constant awareness. And then when you put your awareness, it becomes easier to activate it. But then when you're done, it stays more activated. Like it stays in a greater, it's tied to intuition. So it stays, your mind stays in more of that intuitive state. So it holds on to the effects of that meditation to a much greater degree.
You? Thank you. Thank
You're
you.
so welcome.
Once you started teaching that practice, I definitely feel amazing once I've started going deeper near the spine. Also, one meditation when you discussed going deep in the heart while also focusing on the back heart, I felt like the bottom of the chakras connected and I was radiating out of both sides of my body, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sure.
I've been away from the computer, so not sure if what I'm sharing is on topic.
Yeah. No, that's very good. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe we'll do another round, but we'll take a break and then we'll do another round. I think maybe a break is good. So how about 20 after? So 15-minute break. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're going to repeat that a little bit. I gave you a little break. Let's come back and do it again, maybe a little bit deeper. So your awareness is on your heart, the center of your chest, like right in this area. And then just start working your way a little bit deeper. Little movements. Move in a little bit. And then experience that area, that space. And when you feel ready, move a little deeper. Now let that go. Chin down to your chest. Let's inhale, moving your head up. Exhale down. Inhale 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 up. Exhale down. Then just be still. Just be still. Start to enter the heart. Go a little bit deeper. Get to a comfortable spot and just be still. Your awareness is on your heart. You're going inward to that comfortable spot and you're just being still. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Just be still. Well, that's your bottle of rosemary. No, tuber. Awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Spleen. So left hand side of your body below the ribs. Left side below your ribs. And then the Mingmen, the backside of the navel. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths where the sex organs are. In the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed and just be still. You're keeping your eyes closed. But reflect on how you see yourself. In this space, there can be shifts in the state of the body. So think of the good and the not so good, but as it has to do with yourself. Like, oh, I don't like this image of myself, or I don't like this tendency. You don't have to sit and judge it. Just put your awareness on it, and your goal, your job is just to sit with it, nothing else. You're not trying to relax it, you're not trying to make it go away. Just sit with it. And then just let it go. Put your awareness on your heart, the center of your heart. Go a little bit more inward. Find that place of comfort. And then just let go again. This is one that I like to do. Think about an interaction with a person where you might not think about a lot, but you're like, I really don't like the way I am or the way I behave with that person. I become something different than myself. I lose myself a little bit. I act silly, I act goofy, I get quiet, whatever it is. Just think of not so much the other person, but how you are with that other person. Does that make sense? And you're just sitting with it. That's all you have to do. Just let it go. Just let it go. Your awareness is on the center of your heart. Do the journey within, finding that place that's deep but comfortable. You're maintaining your space there. Let it go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your awareness up. Exhale, down. Inhale up. Exhale, down. Up, down. Up, down. Up, down. Down. Up, down. Up, down. Just be still. Just maintain your stillness. Again, reflect on an image you have of yourself. Could be good, could be not so good. Just sit with it, observe it, focus on it. Let your awareness begin to shift. And just let it go. Go back to that spot in your heart. Go inward, find that sweet spot, and then be still. Let that go. Chin down to your chest. Inhale, moving your head up. Exhale, down. Up, 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 down. Just be still. Just be still. Pull out your rosemary again. Your awareness is on your navel. And then your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. the Ming Min, the low back area, the backside of the navel. Then the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Bottom of the tailbone. Okay, just be still, be aware, let it go. Notice how you feel. So this is the thing with like self-image. Like here, this is cognitive function. You know, from the point of view of intellect, we think we need to make a change, right? We need to do this, we need to do that, I need to address this, I need to make this happen, you know, I need to overcome this. But really, when you present it to the intuitive mind, it just takes it and runs with it. It starts evolving it. It starts moving its way away from that spot where we've been stagnant or stuck, and starts to evolve it like out of it. And so it literally, like, you could almost visualize yourself like in a hole, and it's like you climb up and you just start walking away, and you look back and you go, I still see that hole, but it's way over there now. It's a lot like that, where from the intellect, I have to address this symptom, I have to address this issue. And sometimes we do. Like, that is true. Right? But this is more about the underlying cause. And it's not even the cause. It's almost, if you live in an area where there's poor air quality, you're going to have respiratory issues. It's not because your body has an issue, it's because the environment is causing a kind of reaction in your body that makes it harder for you to have proper respiratory function. So that would be an outer state, you have poor air quality. Like the place I used to live in, 2 different places. I was in the worst air quality in the country, and then I moved to the second worst air quality in the country. Like, I was, right? And, of course there's a little bit of respiratory issues. You're in bad air quality. Well, if your body is in a state of degeneration, no matter what you do, physically, psychologically, there's going to be degeneration, right? You're even if you have super healthy thoughts, they'll break down and they'll go away. Or they'll be tainted, like, okay, I feel good about myself, but and then fill in the blank of some other weird little detail you throw in there to justify it, or that tags along, right? And so part of this practice is you're stimulating the cognitive function, and then you're just like kind of directing your attention. Here's a problem. And the beauty is you don't have to figure it out. You just go, okay, here's a problem. It does this, I do that. I act this way around that person, I act that way around this person. And you just sit with it, and then pretty soon the intuition just starts going, okay, I can clean that up. And it's not going to be all at once, but you'll notice over a period of time it keeps shifting. Just like we make those little movements in the heart, it keeps making that movement outward. Little adjustments. And pretty soon you go, you know what? I'm not acting like that very much anymore. I'm acting different. It's still improving. And that's the thing with intuition. Little movements in, little movements out, right? Intellect would love to just throw a switch and you just go, I am done with this pattern. But most times it's a lot of little movements. Yeah. Both directions. Yeah. Sometimes in different indigenous practices, when they are doing ceremony and they dance, it's kind of about helping that kind of movement outward. Yeah. It's an outer expression. But anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, and process. You can unmute yourself, type in. I know we did this process before, but we did it a little deeper and with other pieces to it. So I thought I'd open up. Like you probably saw us, like I started laughing because I looked over at Samantha and she just had this like deer in the headlight look, not quite deer in the headlight, but like, I was like, are you okay? And she's like, there are so many thoughts happening in my mind, or something like that.
Yeah, it was like all this like information just like flooded in, and I was like, just like that face showed.
Right. Yeah. Your mind is processing something, like in a very good way. It's not always negative. Sometimes it's about growth. Sometimes it's about learning. Sometimes, here we're talking about like trauma, but sometimes, It's just part of the evolutionary process of getting a bit smarter. Yeah,
Don't you mean more smarter?
more smarter. Because if you don't have a good command of the English language, you not have way.
You guys better chime in with some experiences.
Yeah.
We're here all day.
Yeah.
No, I'm
I'll
just
start
kidding.
telling worse jokes.
So someone's asking, if a person has a drug addiction, can the things you said about working on the crown chakra help that problem?
It would help somewhat. Addictions, addictions are obviously some management of pain, and they're tied to some instinctive responses that do stimulate the brain, but usually addiction is more lower centers. In the next new class, the one that's healing spirit, there's a section, I can't remember what spirit it is. It's this, I can look it up real quick. But it directly is an aspect to work for addiction. Let me see. Not seeing my.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's even in on our notes that you shared with us.
For some reason, it's not. I don't know. I'll have to find it later. Not coming up. But it's in there, but it's not exactly what would address it. Basically, that was a long-winded way of saying that. I'll check later.
They asked more work on the spleen. Same person.
No, I mean, spleen might help a little bit, but it's tied to about going after a specific aspect in the sex chakra, the spine, and then the temples. Yeah, but just going out there in a general way doesn't do it. You have to be able to go after specific kinds of energy. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
He did.
Hey. I gotta tell you, after lunch, that kind of took me out for a little bit.
Mhm.
So I'm just kind of coming back, getting awake again. I had a little practice during lunch, so but I had a question that came up earlier.
Mhm.
With respect to kind of the permanent seed um out of in the heart. So when in there, right?
Mhm.
Is it like, I mean, it's certainly, well, this is just my supposition. It's a different type of frequency of energy than, kind of like the sea of consciousness kind of thing.
Yeah,
So what's
like
the kind of interplay between the two kind of thing?
inter-
Is there a connectivity, interaction, or something to
um
observe within that,
interaction.
or?
Interaction. I mean, anytime you stimulate one, like the other seeds get stimulated and the chakras do, but they are doing some different things. And so when the heart seed gets a bit more activated, it does impact the blue pearl and make it like more easily activated, but they also have their own like little thing that they're doing. And so um the mental permanent seed or the blue pearl, will break down thought forms and you'll have expansion and you'll feel oneness and light. The the heart is a little bit different. That idea of that cave, like you go into the cave. Um, it's like a space, like somebody said it really good last time. It's like there's like you're in a room, but there's no walls. Like it is like that. And within that space, this is why we kind of go in little movements. There's different aspects that are in the heart. And so as you're making the little movements, you're starting to activate these different aspects. And so in doing so, you're shifting the form, you're shifting the body, but you're shifting the incarnated soul. You're shifting the experiences that incarnated soul has, and you become like more aware and more perceptive, and you see to a greater degree the different kinds of actions or consequences that happen, like when you externally express, right? Like, so, you know, being compassionate and forgiving versus still heart-centered, but maybe breaking down barriers or walls, still can be both very heart-centered practices, but they have a very different vibe. And so, there's a protective quality in the heart, there's a merciful quality in the heart. There's all kinds of action and activity that you can tap into. And a lot of us have a couple of them kind of activated. But the idea for the heart to be fully expanded is to develop all the different layers, like all the little different aspects. And so that idea of like kind of going in, even as you stimulate, like say you're completely in the pearl, in the heart seed, like at that point they all start to blossom and develop. But our journey there, we start hitting pieces of it, like, oh, I hit number 1 and I'll hit number 4. Oh, number 7, that one feels good. But 12, like, so you're experiencing these different pieces, but when you get into that seed itself, it's like they all begin to open up.
So how many layers then? There's a number of layers in there then?
99.
99 layers.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember when we did the vital centers and we did those 99 aspects of the heart?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that was tied to.
That's
It was
what
like a early version of it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. But that's all of that is about the heart. All of that.
Okay,
The
that's
thing is
all.
about the heart. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's basically okay. So it affects the soul's perspective kind of thing, right? It's like,
Yeah, especially you're really connecting the higher soul and the incarnated soul at that point. Even when we're up in the blue pearl, we're connecting more to the higher soul. But when you start really working the seed in the heart, you're connecting to the incarnated soul, but you're connecting you're basically like physicalizing or concretizing the I am that I am. Like
okay.
the little I
Yeah.
am is the big I am, or like, I am that I am,
Right.
the incarnated soul with the higher soul. And so by going through and doing that, you're deepening the connection, the guidance, and the influence.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, huh?
Yeah, it's fascinating because it's like I don't think I was able to, I mean, maybe got little pieces here and there, but now it's kind of coming all together kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes more sense now rather than just another kind of topic or
Right,
concept,
right.
It's like it's now they're kind of being linked together kind of
Right.
thing. Yeah, yeah. So, okay. And this is kind of like an off the, just kind of next level why or ask kind of thing. So when we were talking or when I was mentioning consciousness, like we're just kind of like a traveler of consciousness. So consciousness is kind of like this sea of stuff outside of us, right? And the brain is the one that's kind of interpreting
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
Right.
So what does the consciousness, then the consciousness itself then sits in something. So is there a
Yeah, it
something?
gets processed in the at first in the blue pearl,
Okay,
in the brain in the blue pearl.
okay. Okay,
Mostly the right brain.
mostly the right brain. Well, that's the logical, well, yeah, right?
It'd be intuitive.
Left, oh,
Like,
sorry,
yeah,
left is
yeah.
logical, right,
Right
and
would be
well,
more
sorry, I had it
intuitive.
backwards,
Yeah.
right.
But
So,
it's also because the brain flips, you know, like from the
right.
brain goes to the left side of the body and the left side goes to the
Yeah,
right.
it crosses like the eyes. Yeah, yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
But as far as the consciousness itself, like the consciousness, if is outside of us, then
Mhm.
there's another element that the consciousness is in as well. Is there a container for the consciousness? I mean, all consciousness kind of thing. I mean, this is kind of way, way out there kind of thing.
It's the causeless light. Like there is no cause. It's just like the nature.
Fertile soil kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you.
That's why, like, when you have expansion, like you go out of your body, you're not just going up into space or something and having, you kind of hit that sea and then you kind of like start to expand. But then at some point, just like in the heart, you reach like a threshold and you're like, this is amazing. This is amazing. Okay, I'm done. Like,
And
you
then
know,
it condenses again. Yeah.
yeah. And then next time you might go out a little bit farther and it might not even feel as blissful, but you went farther, right? You know, usually like the first time, like you've stretched your threshold of expansion, it's very blissful. Next time you go and do the same thing, you're like, yeah, it feels good. It's good. But like the bliss comes in going out further.
Mhm. Right.
The goal is to be able to just put your awareness there and expand and just experience bliss, which is just like moving outward. But it's like you kind of have to break down these like veils or boundaries. You know, they're not really boundaries, but veils is probably a good way, or like thresholds. And then at some point, you know, it starts to be greater and greater. Like if you've ever been close to a spiritual teacher, like sometimes the teacher is just that way, and sometimes it might be like they just did a meditation and they come out and you look in their eyes and you're like, they are somewhere else. Like they are, you know, I used to see even when I was on the reservation and the guys that would do the Sundance, like you would look in their eyes. You'd been talking to them for a week or two and everything, but when they went and did the dance and they came out, they were in another place. They were just somewhere else.
Hmm.
And it's you know, physically they are who they are, but their consciousness, they became somebody very different. You know, they tapped into something very different, which is all there for us. We usually just don't tap into it.
Yeah, fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Thanks for the explanation.
So,
Yeah.
Someone shared, my mind is processing, however, it does kind of sound like reverbal monkey chatter.
yeah, that's okay. You know, who doesn't love a little monkey chatter? It happens. Like you had a thing where you had a flood of thoughts come in. You know, when you're healing in the body, your body generates this movement, but when you're healing in the mind, you know, not even the emotions of mind, but when you're healing in the mind, you're kind of, you know how you would go through the closet and go, okay, let's see what goes to Goodwill, what goes in the garbage, and what goes back on the shelf. And you just start, oh God, the 90s were horrible. This game is missing 3 pieces. Out it goes. Like, you know, you start going through all those pieces. And then you go, okay, these things go back up on the shelf. That's what happens with the mind. It's almost identical to that. You just, so sometimes there'll be a bunch of mishmash coming through your head. don't need to do anything with it, but it's like it's going through the closet and just pulling things off the shelves. So it's kind of like I always like my mind. I I don't expect this when like people tell me, like if Samantha told me what she was talking about, I'd just be like, oh, because I have no reference. But when it's my mind, it makes me laugh because it's just a bunch of weird nonsense. Just weird nonsense. Yeah. But anyway.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
So sort of a follow-on to what you just said with the mind sorting stuff.
Mhm.
How does the mind take out the trash?
It just breaks it down. Yeah.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
there's no detox or no elimination.
No,
It just
like a lot of times
dissipates.
it converts it or just like breaks it down. That's one thing that the forehead does is it's like a Pac-Man of sorts, especially for thought forms. It just breaks them down. And so, it's like even like when you work with energy, like you say you're projecting a color like green or orange, like so orange would be expelling, but if you do a higher vibration of orange and it's projected, it doesn't expel, it disintegrates. Like it just breaks things up. There's no expelling because it's just almost breaks it up instantaneously. And the mind, because you're tapping into the intuitive mind, it's a much higher vibration coming in. It's almost like it just disintegrates it. Like it's just, and if there's little like elements or something there, it just sends it to the light, but usually it just disintegrates it.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I had many thoughts come in, but I am still pretty deep and quiet.
Yeah. Good. That's a great place.
So much was happening, so many images and thoughts. I even saw dinosaur images followed by memories from my childhood. Even the concept of church was present. Can't even explain it. When sitting with stuff, I had a heightened awareness, realization, and in that moment, my feet, palms, ajna, back heart, front heart, and high heart lit up like Christmas lights. So much movement.
Oh, very cool.
Amazing and so much needed.
Yeah, that sounds very cool. Yeah.
I was having iffy results finding the room in the heart till Greg said comfort.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard because we grow up in the West and we have busy lives. It's hard because the intuitive mind, I don't want to say is aggressive, but it's like it wants to make things happen, right? And this you just have to be really soft. And so, I mean, I did that problem of like trying to stimulate or trying to just make it happen. Oh God, for probably 10 to 15 years, probably closer to 15. Like I'd be going, okay, like in my meditation, I'd be like, but in my mind, I'd be going, okay, I'm really still, but how can I be stiller? Like if I do this, I'll probably be stiller. I'll be stiller if I do this. Like I'll be stiller if I do that. Maybe if I did this, I'll have a deeper level of bliss. And then one day I was like, I'm pretending to be still and peaceful. Took me more than a decade. And then when I don't know that I could say, oh, it was wisdom. Oh, it was a deep realization. It was more of none of it worked. I give up. I just give up. Like it's not working. And as soon as I gave up, the meditations go way better. But I mean, there is something to be said about like sometimes with the mind, especially the intellectual mind, sometimes you're just going to have to fatigue it. Like you're just going to have to go, okay, little buddy, go ahead and go run with that for a while. Careful with your head. Don't hurt yourself. And then just let it run amok for a little bit. And then eventually it will exhaust itself and you calm it down. Right. So that idea of being one pointed is a way to do that. You're stimulating that process. You're focus, and the mind really engages that intellect. And then at some point it starts to and it changes to awareness. So instead of trying to fight it and go to awareness, you go, okay, if your mind wants to be super focused, then let's really get focused. Like, if we're going to do this, let's really do this. Let's not screw around. And then producing that to the extreme, it produces the opposite. Yeah.
That person continued and said, I was not recognizing the bubble round space as the room for me. And there is a big old comfy recliner there waiting for me.
There you go.
I just wish the monkey was not my speciality.
Right. It's all of our speciality. I hear you though. Yeah. Sometimes even the monkey likes to sit in that chair in that room. That's okay.
I'm experiencing a lot of visual stuff, which must be symbols. I think the galbanum triggered something.
Yeah,
Never
probably.
had these experiences before
Yeah.
with the oils.
Very good. That's very stimulated intuitive activity. That's very good. Yeah. Mm. All right. How about we'll come back at a quarter till and we'll do a little bit more today. Hey, everybody. Let's hit the top of page 3. So a deeper flushing of the lower vibrational energies, further displacement. So again, choices. A blend is spasmophilia, but otherwise sandalwood, petitgrain, basil, Benehi, clary sage, coffee, mastic, neroli. Actually, sweet Annie or sweet Anne. Is it sweet Anne or sweet Annie? Annie would also work. And one that we could add to this that's not on there is Opadeldoc. Mhm. Yeah. So we're going to be doing kind of similar practice, but different. Still working with going deeper within the heart, but now we're going to be doing inhaling and we're going to mix it with the brain. So we're going to do a deeper interaction between the brain and the heart. So maybe just start by inhaling whatever oil you're going to use. Which you use. Mhm. And let it go for a second. Now begin to go inward on the heart. Find that comfortable space. You know, you're moving till you just feel a little bit of a threshold or a veil. You know, you just get to that spot and you're like, yeah, I'm kind of good here. And sit in that space and again begin inhaling. No, it's a type of pedigree. Yeah. Now you're going to stay on the heart seed, but as you inhale the oil, inhale with your awareness moving in, exhale with your awareness just moving out. In and out. Okay, let that go. Just let everything go for a moment. Just be still, let go. Your awareness is on that spot in your heart. You're going deeper again. You're inhaling on that spot, but this time you're doing your heart and your brain at the same time. Okay, let it go. Let's just practice something for a little bit. It will make it easier as we do this process. First off, notice how you feel. Your awareness is at the base of your skull. Just the base of your skull. We're just going to practice that for a moment. Pause and let that go. Just pause and let that go. Let's do the base of the skull one more time. Yeah. And then let it go. Now, Your awareness is on the heart seat, so, or at least the journey within, I should say. You're moving your awareness inward. You're inhaling the oil. And you're on that spot. Move your awareness also to your brain. So the heart seed and the brain both at the same time. So your awareness is on that inner heart, your brain, and the base of your skull, all three at the same time. And then just let go. Just keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Okay, we're going to cycle through that again. This time we're going to be fluid and just go all the way through. Right? So first step, begin the journey within, going inward. Find that comfortable spot. Keep your awareness on that heart seed and begin breathing in. And then as you breathe out, move your awareness out away from the heart. In to the heart and then out. You're letting go of the chakra breathing. Your awareness is still on the heart, but now your awareness is on the heart and the brain. Awareness is on the heart and your brain. Your awareness is on the heart, the brain, and the base of the skull, all three at the same time. And then just let it all go. Just let it all go. Now it's just going to do its thing. Now, reflect on those pieces of yourself. The good, the not so good, how you behave around certain people. Just observe them. And then just let that go. Let that go. So let's process that a little bit. Share your experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. If we have a little bit more time, we'll visit again. If not, we'll do it in the morning. So, but let's go ahead and process it.
Go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
You're still muted. Sorry.
Okay.
I lowered your hand before you were unmuted. Let me actually make it so you can unmute yourself. That was my apologies. Sorry. Go ahead, Sonia. Mm,
Okay, now do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said the heart seat is in the physical heart, right?
hmm
And in what area of it?
SA node.
S A node. Okay, and then so this in this last thing you're doing the breathing to the heart seat and all that stuff, all the heart stuff. Is it through the heart chakra or the heart seat or the physical
Just
heart?
wherever your attention is. And, you know, it's good to like not just try to jump to the heart seat, but do that little thing where you go to those steps. So you might be on the heart seat, you might be in an area that's outside that area, but it's important to kind of let that unwind. But when you're breathing, you're just breathing into where your awareness is. Yeah.
Whether it's the
Right. Yeah,
it,
exactly. Yeah.
it so it doesn't matter if it's in the
No.
chakra or the physical heart.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're kind of like doing both, but like wherever your awareness is at, that's kind of where you're working it in the moment. Like in a month, it might be something very, very different. Or, you know, tomorrow it might be something very different. And so you're kind of unwinding these like kind of layers in the heart. And so like as soon as you get to like a threshold, it's good to kind of sit with that threshold and let it unfold a little bit. And it, like if you go all the way to the heart seed, you usually can't stay there very long. And so you know, you'll stay there and you'll sit there and then all of a sudden you get like kind of bounced out of it. But if you go real slow, you can get there and you can really spend time there. Yeah.
And
Mhm.
so does is the heart and physical heart and the heart chakra, do they overlap at all or
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
one
when you're going
together?
in, you're hitting like when you're going into the center of the chest, eventually you'll hit that part of in the physical heart. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
it.
So like if you just kind of keep exploring it, it's hard because you don't really have like feeling for the physical heart unless it's real achy, you know, which can happen sometimes. Um, but like when you get there, the only way you'll really know is you'll have this like presence, expansion, but present both at the same time. It's very different than like the blue pearl where you expand and you kind of bliss out. It's still like a kind of bliss, but you're expanded but like very centered and present all at the same time. It's like two things that seem almost polar opposite are there at the same time together.
Um,
right.
Mhm.
So this time when we focused on ourself,
Mhm.
like, you know, I actually was able to focus, but then like I expanded.
Right. So okay, so you hear what Samantha said. I think a lot of you probably had some experience like this. So we go through and we do the process, and the heart being associated with the incarnated soul, the crown or the brain, excuse me, being associated with the higher soul. And when you hit that thing at the base, it really makes those two areas mix, right? So what you're doing is you're mixing the higher soul and the incarnated soul. You're creating this like bond, like this pathway, you could say. And in that, you know, you kind of just let the energies mix for a little bit. And so then when we were done and you go, okay, now let's look at the different pieces of myself. As soon as you put your awareness on it, you've opened up this pathway. Intuition goes and just starts gobbling up all the weird stuff. It just starts disintegrating, it starts breaking it down. And if there's something that you need to learn or adjust, it gets set in motion at that point. Because a lot of times these things are in a like a stagnant repetition. And so when you direct that energy to it, and you know, the intuitional Pac-Man comes in and starts to gobble it up, then all of a sudden there'll start to be movement that will continue to like have that ripple effect. And then all of a sudden you'll notice like, I'm thinking different, I'm feeling different. A lot of times it might not even be for a couple of days. Like there's been a couple of times where like almost a week went by and all of a sudden like I could feel this like shift in me and I'd go, I see these things very differently. It's not that I change my mind or process facts. It's just all of a sudden it's like I see through a different set of glasses. Just like done. It's because you're trying to open up and like wake up these different pieces of yourself, right? It's not trying to make where you're at better. It's trying to wake up other pieces so that they all kind of come together and you're more of who you are. Yeah. You could say like self-image, how we get stuck on our self-image is it's just these pieces that we've kind of have fixated on in the intellect, in the mind. And you know, we all do it. It's not necessarily even a bad thing, it's just a thing. But what happens is, you know, let me explain it like this. This is my favorite way that I look at my brain. Is if you've ever had a dog or you've seen a dog, you know, and you're in the kitchen and you're doing things and you've dropped a piece of food, you know, say you're cutting, you know, pieces of cheese or something, a little piece falls down the ground, the dog walks over there and grabs it and is like, this is amazing. I found this piece of cheese on the ground. Ugh. And then the next day you're cutting up, I don't know, something, and a little piece of, you know, meat or something falls on the ground. The dog is like, oh, this is amazing. This piece of something magically appeared here. So if you watch the dog, every time he comes into the kitchen, he'll go to that spot and smell, right? Like, and if you have a dog, you could drop it and watch. The dog will go to that spot and like, one time there was this amazing thing that just appeared out of nowhere right here. And so it goes and it like investigates, like, what's going? Go over there. That piece of meat appeared over here. So when it comes in, it'll do it real quick. It'll be like, hey, you know, pet me, do whatever. But it will go, nothing there. And then it just keeps going about its thing. That's a lot like self-image. Your mind will visit those spots where something happened, or it could be good, could be bad, but it will go, what's there? What's there? What's there? And then your mind just functions in and around that. And what you're trying to do is you're breaking some of that up, but you're also trying to create like a bigger space so that when your mind does it, it has more to search because there's more of you than those pieces that make up your self-image, right? You have abilities that come in from the soul that maybe aren't expressed because the dog's always looking for the cheese and the piece of meat. Your intellect goes to like, hey, I do this well, I do this well. I do that bad, I do that bad. Let's check on those things. When there's so many other things there, but you kind of check the good and the bad, right? So at some point, when you put your attention and your awareness on those and you focus on them, when you're in this place where you've mixed the heart, the brain, the base of the skull, and you've really mixed them, then when you put your awareness there, all of a sudden intuition comes in and goes, yeah, that's the thing, but there's a lot more going on. Like, you know, let's maybe not fixate so much on this and let's start looking at some of these other pieces. It's not something your intellect will go to, but your intuition will totally make that happen. You know, so what starts to happen is, you notice, hey, you start to problem solve a little bit more. You have a little more confidence in certain situations, and you're talking about things in a more animated way. You're trying things that you would never try before. You know, you're breaking out of patterns, and part of it is like that part of consciousness is expanding, and you're starting to check some of these other things out. You're checking out other pieces of yourself. You're allowing other pieces of yourself to interact with the environment. Yeah. There was this thing, I can't remember what culture it was. but it was very, very old. It was very, very, very old. But they had this like it was like a like a kind of looked like a little statue that was like this. And it was it was like a person, but the body was really small and the head was really big, right? And then the top of it would lift off, and in it were all these little carvings of all these um, like look like different people. But the teaching in that statue was these are all little pieces of yourself, and it was to remind you that you're not one person, you're all these little aspects. All these little aspects are in there up in the head. And the goal is to make friends with all of these little pieces of yourself. And there was a bunch of them. I don't know how many there were, but it was a pile. You know how the Russians also have that little doll where you take one off and there's a smaller one, smaller one, smaller. It was kind of like that, but it was much more involved. Um, but it was tied to it looked like to me it was tied to some sort of teaching. It was a teaching tool. You would meditate on it and then you would open it up and like look at these pieces and meditate on them. It was really old. Like it was, I want to say 6,000 or 7,000 years old. Like it was really, like a lot of times you find artifacts and you go, oh, this is from the 1400s. That's amazing. And then every once in a while we have a couple pieces that are like, it's 2,000 years old. Think of something like much, much, much older. Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how'd you
When
do?
you had, well, when we were going in and out, in and out, towards the end, I could feel the same in my heart as we went out.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was able to do that a couple of times, and it does show we're all one, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. And it helps. For one, it helps with like an outer expression, like you're having inner experiences, but then by the time it gets outward, the translation of it usually is not what's on the inside. So it does help with that outer expression, but it also helps with connecting with things around you. And it's almost like tied to like clairvoyance. It's not quite clairvoyance, but it's clairvoyance-ish. Because part of clairvoyance is not just like, oh, I open my eyes in a particular way and I see and I get these images, but it is like this projection of a kind of energy out of your system, and it starts to mix with the things around it. And then in that energy, there's like these little energetic receptors that gather up data, and then it kind of brings it back and helps you to process. Some of it's in the heart, some of it's in the mind. And so when you're breathing in and out, you could say it's going to make you much more perceptive. And the way that I used to teach it a long, long time ago in the shamanic circles, I would say it's like the ultimate bullshit detector. Like, you might not know the things that they're talking about, but you can go, that person's BSing me a little bit, or this situation's BSing me a little bit. And it's like, if you said, well, what are the facts? Like, I don't know, but I can feel that it's BS. Like I'm just, you know, it kind of heightens that sense.
Well, I had not been aware of the 99 pieces in the heart.
Mhm.
This is the first time I kind of have experienced that with you. And but at one point there was this like everything was kind of seemed like it was somewhat either not there at all. And then at one point it was like a gray chamber, almost like a gray that was long and wide. And then it would go at one time, it went into this red, pink, and almost gold, and it left really quick. But I felt like
you're getting sights
instantaneous.
of it.
Yeah.
You're
So
getting sights of it. Yeah.
I just didn't have an awakening of this at all. So this has been really exciting. Thank you.
Oh, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, you'll start to see all kinds of colors, but the red or the reddish pink and gold. Um, in the Buddhist tradition, and I say in the Buddhist tradition, and in I mean other traditions as well, but I kind of draw upon tantric Buddhism more than anything. There's a thing called Dharma protectors, and they're beings that like protect like the spiritual aspects of people, and protect like spiritual teachings and like the essence, and they protect goodness. And but if you look at them in Buddhism, they look kind of like a little scary. Like their eyes are usually big, and they're an enlightened being, but they're like the Marines that hit the beach. Like they're the tough guys. When like bad things are happening, they're usually a manifestation like of a higher being. Like, you know, like Christ would have a um, um, Dharma protector side, and Padmasambhava would have a Dharma protector side, and Manjushri, and all these different beings. They have like this side that is like a protective part. And when people have like visions of them, because sometimes they'll be maybe not the big guys, but like their helpers might be in certain spaces where like a person is, or a holy spot or something like that. And they'll go, I saw this like weird being, it had a whole bunch of eyes, uh but you ask them and they always say the same thing. What, like if you go, what color is it? And they'll go, red and gold. It's
Oh,
like
wow.
every time, red and gold. And so that is a manifestation of the heart and the heart seed. Like these beings, even though they look like they mean business, they're still like a heart protector.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh my
A
gosh.
heart protector for humanity. But like, especially like if there's devotees for a particular tradition, whether people are aware of it or not, there's also protectors in that tradition. Yeah.
I think that makes me feel good for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It brings me peace at night. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, you're
Yeah.
right. We don't have to
Yeah.
kind of be on guard 24 and 7.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
they're usually associated with like protection and subduing demons, and like just the negativity in the world. But in the Christian tradition, sometimes um that is more certain kinds of angels are that way.
Mm.
And so different imagery, different names, same idea. The same idea, exactly. It's just different traditions, like just view it kind of sometimes with different explanations and terminology, but it's the same idea.
It sort of is even with shamanism and just
Right.
some
Yeah.
paths they cross. And I've always been interested in where they meet,
Right.
those
Right.
places.
Right.
And yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Like I always find it kind of interesting. Like I had a couple of Buddhist friends, but it was a lot of Hindu friends. Um, over the years, especially like when I was doing business consulting and stuff, a lot of times it was people from India, and or they were influenced by India or something. And I don't know, all of the different practices that we talk about now, I've been doing them for decades. It's not like it was a new thing or something. And so sometimes it would come up, especially if the person had a little bit of esoteric kind of curiosity. Like, we'd have just these interesting conversations. I usually wasn't teaching them anything. They would just have curiosities, and multiple times, like a vice president or CEO or something would go, yeah, you know, I don't really get the angel thing. Like, Christians and everything, they really do the angel thing and the Jewish tradition and things. Like, I don't really get it. But then they get really quiet and they go, but I really like Archangel Michael. Right? And like every time it would come up. And I can't remember which being it is, but there's a being in Hinduism that is basically Michael, but it's like you never would have put it together that's Michael. Like they don't look the same, they don't, but it's the same idea. And it's just different clothing, different name, same guy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. I say maybe we try to go through maybe one more time. Yeah, let's do it one more time. We can do that, or we can just do a little mudra meditation thing. Maybe we do that. Do a little bit deeper activation of the heart. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go off script. Okay, so you're gonna close your eyes and begin to go a little bit deeper into the heart. You're journeying, going within. Okay. You're gonna maintain that, whatever oil you were just using. You're gonna inhale that oil with your awareness on that spot in the heart. Keep your awareness on the heart, let go of the inhalation. And the mudra that we're going to use to help with the mixing of the heart and the ground is your right hand, like so. And your left hand is going to do the same thing, but you're going to interlock them. So the right hand is like here, is here, the left one here. Okay. And then you're going to bring it down to the heart. Your awareness is on that spot in your heart. Keep your awareness on your heart, maintain the mudra. Just be still. Just maintain your stillness and awareness. I'm just going to chant for a moment. Maintain your awareness on the heart and the mudra. Namaha. Let go of the mudra, let go of the heart, just be still and let go. Okay, move yourself around. What's that? That was to the compassionate aspect of the heart. You notice as the heart expands, the head kind of expands with it. Right? It's like a different kind of expansion than just when you meditate on the head or the crown or the blue pearl. It's almost like you go, whoop. Yeah. Yeah. Just wait till we do the strong versions of that. Yeah. Not that that wasn't strong, it was. But we're moving towards something over the next few months. Yeah, anybody want to share or ask a question? If not, we'll just call it a day and we'll start again in the morning. We'll do some form of that again. And
Go ahead, Sonia.
Will you repeat the
no,
mantra you said?
no. Like later, but it's all super sacred words. I don't want to repeat it or write it down right now.
But I was thinking I might
Well,
snip that out.
Yeah, we'll do it so you can listen to it. But yeah.
Yeah. I think we let them settle away for the night.
Okay, you guys. So we'll take a break till morning, and we'll see you at 10 a.m. Central Time, and we'll have a star at noon to do little special meditation, and we'll have a nice day tomorrow. We'll go into instinctual responses and all kinds of fun stuff. Self-image itself, and oh yeah, there's still a bunch of fun stuff. So okay, you guys.